Going on? It has been a while since I streamed. I think last time I streamed, I was doing, not Fru. I was doing Occult Crescent, maybe. I know it was reclears, and then eventually my static just started doing like M8 and skipping the rest, so I figured it wasn't even worth streaming at that point. I think today we're just gonna try it and get through as much as MSQ. I don't think I'm gonna have time to do much else because this will probably go late. So we'll do a reliable summoner. Oh yeah, and there's a couple of things that we need to do. That's right. There's a couple of things that we need to do. We need to go into graphics, I'm pretty sure. Right? Or no? Might be under character. It's probably under character configuration. Surely it's not control settings. UI settings? Is this where... Where are the new things? Log details, it's all log stuff. Theme settings. Display? Surely it's not graphics. Time reflections. Other settings, maybe? Character display range. Maximum. Character object quantity. Maximum. Okay, so that did drop my FPS. We'll see how well that goes. And now I want item settings. HUD, maybe? General, maybe? Where would chat bubbles be? I feel really stupid. Where would chat bubbles be? Name display settings. There we go. Chat bubble settings. Whoa! Enable chat bubbles. I guess I'll just keep default and see how that goes. General settings. Display count, display by own messages, 2 rows, chat bubble size normal. Oh, that's so weird! Oh, that's so weird! Dude. Wait, I have to know. I have to know. Right? Like... Surely. I mean, surely it's like... Ooh, my frames are taking a hit. How is this looking? 38, that's wild. There's chat bubbles, dude. Oh, that's weird. When there's lag, it like drags across the screen. Chat bubbles are gonna be so weird, man. I think this is just Limsa. Like, I think I get these frames whether I'm here or not. We'll keep it on. Never going to solution 9. Okay. Yeah, so the chat bubbles in the display range. Those are two of the new things. Yeah, because see, look, I come over here. Oh, that's still not great. I wonder if that's dependent on... I do like... Oh, wait, no, that's just... Okay, so right now it's 50. If I turn... Where was it? I could have sworn it was in here. Oh, whatever. There's the other Manderville things over there. Crazy that I can see people all the way over there now. Surely it's under system configuration, right? Yeah, it is. Okay. So if I do this... doesn't really change anything. If I do this, that does actually fix it. That brings it down. Okay, extended seems to be pretty good. How far is extended? Yeah, it's still pretty far. What's normal? That's still the same for cities. Whatever. We'll go with it. To the back rooms. Give him a munch, dude. Geoden wants to take stock of the current crisis. Bolivia may be lacking the finer details in certain areas, so we'd like you to lend your perspective to the conversation. Hey, 4 months, man. You better be leading with a voice cutscene. Damn. Sorry to drag you into our meeting, but we need to get a better handle on the threats Alexandria is facing right now. I don't know. Much has happened since the state funeral, and a clearer idea of where things stand would be beneficial for us as well. First things first, let's discuss the state of the machine malfunctions. Every single sector reported instances of sentries attacking citizens without provocation. Vehicles suddenly becoming unresponsive to controls. While these malfunctions were resolved fairly quickly, they nevertheless resulted in considerable number of injuries and deaths. You haven't heard anything about new incidents since then, right? Right. No additional reports have been logged as far as I know. That's the good news. Bad news is, I tried to take control of the soldiers when they started hurting people, but they wouldn't listen to me, even though I have the king's authority. As I calmed down, I was finally able to make them Once things calmed down, I was finally able to make them give up their weapons, but if it happens again, I don't know if they'll ignore me like before. The King of Resolve's authority is about the highest there is. Who is this man that can override it with such impunity? Calyx. He lived in the age of the Storm Surge, as I did. Lest you forget, he was known for his advancements in electrope technology. It was he who established preservation for the purpose of furthering his research. The wasting disease which afflicted him, however, was said to leave him scant years left to live. He must have chosen to undergo conversion into an endless, that he might continue his efforts into the present day. Preservation's early goals seemed noble enough, exploring treatments for Levin's sickness, designing Everkeep's core system, that sort of thing. Why harm the people he was ostensibly trying to help? I do not pretend to fully understand Calyx's motivations, only that he appeared incensed by what he saw as mankind's failings. He asserted that the strategy of adapting our species through generational success was outdated, and that evolution now requires us to forsake bodies of flesh in favor of eternal preservation. Already seen how he's employed the simulant to convince Alexandrians that the endless conversion is their only hope for survival. Eternal life is assured for the 5,000 who register. They're neo-regulators. This is merely one part of Calyx's greater plan. He wants the key to interdimensional fusion. With that relic in his possession, he will draw aether from the reflections, expand his efforts to create endless 1,000-fold. We mean to foil Calyx's schemes, and our only option is to determine where he's hiding and put him down, which unfortunately is easier said than done. I've been scouring the terminal we found in the depths of the Everkeep, but I failed to uncover even the slightest trace of his activities. Given more time, though, I'm certain I can sniff him out. I'll help you. Gul'jan and Shale are working on that. While they're working on that, I think I'm going to take a look around the town. I want to make sure no new problems have cropped up, as well as search for any information that might lead us to Calyx. You're welcome to come along. Another malfunction could happen at any time, and I'd be glad to have some brawlers at my back. Count me in. Raha and the others are helping Oblivion patrol the other levels of the keep, so shall we stick to the streets of Solution 9? Sounds like a plan. Thanks, you two. I appreciate the company. I have to speak with the city's administrators about bringing in the Landsguard. I want our soldiers around to protect those who are moving to Tuliolo. Alphino and Alize will be joining me for the meeting, so the three of us can cover that sector as soon as we're done. If I may, I'd like to join Shedid's group if you'll have me. More mouths to ask questions, the merrier, as long as you're aware of the dangers. Thank you. I'll try my best to not be a burden. More worried about you, Geo. Don't do anything stupid. You'll change your tune once we get back with the goods on Calyx. Then drinks are on you. Well, let's continue this outside. That is dead as hell. Sorry, I was off in my own little world. Shall we get started? You alright? Me? Well, I'm well enough given the circumstances. It was the Queen's fondest wish that her subjects remain shielded from the horrors of death, so they were for the longest time. Then, the moment mortality once again becomes an unavoidable fact of life, they're greeted with an outbreak of bloody violence. And you're bound to give the endless alternative serious consideration. Indeed, and I do not blame them for that. It's only natural that such thoughts should come to mind. What I cannot forgive is the way that Calyx wields fear and misery to manipulate people into making that choice. No one, not Calyx nor anyone else, should dictate how we cope with the specter of death. As one who lived as an Alexandrian, I wish to put the choices for this country's future back into the hands of its citizens. You think we can handle that responsibility after everything you've seen of us? It is what I've seen that has convinced me you can. I awoke 4 centuries later to find our people living and laughing beneath Alexandria's banner. Though surprised and bewildered, I was overjoyed to see it so. You all deserve to be happy. Well then. We best not let you down. I suggest we move as a group. We don't know if or when a battle might find us. Oh, I believe someone came prepared for just such an eventuality. That grimoire you retrieved from the old castle? Yes, my parents gifted it to me when I was a child. They were adamant that I should learn to protect the things important to me. I was fortunate enough to have a tutor in the arcane arts, so I lay claim to some small measure of skill. If that's the case, it might be better if we split into 2 groups after all. It'd certainly be more efficient for information gathering. I guess that makes sense. You 2 could take the west side of the recreation zone then. Shadowed and I will take the east. Very well. We shall end our patrol in the plaza just past the True and await you there. Do our rounds. See what's what and chat to the people we meet along the way. Pay special attention to anyone who looks overwhelmed or overly excited. Hopefully that will earn us a tidbit or 2 we didn't know about before. The sentries and air wheelers safe to be around now? I just know it's going to happen again. And maybe next time I'll be the one who dies in a horrible accident. I need a Neo-regulator. Becoming an Endless is the only way. Even Queen Sphene said so. Excuse me. Let's see. I'm just reading up on some of the stuff. Kind of forgot some of the things, so okay. Used to drink here all the time. I made sure not to overdo it when I had work the next day, but once we were past the busy season, or when ladies weren't amenable to my company, well, You have to scrape me off the street in the morning or afternoon. The worst I ever got on what should have been the worst day of my life. The worst I ever got was on what should have been the worst day of my life, if only I could remember it. I was still wearing a regulator back then. It's also the day I first met Shale, although I guarantee she's forgotten it completely. Has me in such a fine mood, you ask? Well, I've just registered my new regulator. I was leery of becoming nothing but memories at first, but now I've gone through with the registration, I've never felt more at ease. And once it was done, the regulator displayed the current numbers. Of the 5,000 slots available, over 3,800 have already been filled. So if you're still hesitant, you've not much time to make your mind up. Mark my words, friend, when there's only a few slots left, it's going to get very ugly. And I bet Calyx is kind of depending on that almost. Want to hear my story? While I appreciate you offering a sympathetic ear, there's not much to tell. You must know, a good friend of mine died when those machines went crazy. His airwheeler dropped right out of the sky and he didn't survive the crash. Damn fool wasn't wearing a regulator. I know that's not so strange these days, but he never bothered with one. He was a piece of the idea of dying someday, and I thought I understood what that meant. Until it happened. Dude, word. I feel like there was a new factor in these stories we haven't heard. We hadn't considered during a discussion with everyone in the back room. Fights are likely to break out over the Neo regulators. The fact that nearly 4,000 people registered for the before, you sure it wasn't anything else? The victim of the violence wasn't wearing a regulator. Yes, that's it. The vast majority of residents have always worn regulators, so it's not a detail we normally think about. With the supply of souls cut off, though, more and more people have been going without them. We need to look into the casualties from the recent attacks and check whether or not they were equipped with regulators. That's around the street over to the east. It's pretty chaotic at the time. Maybe we'll find eyewitnesses that can confirm if it was a pattern or not. That would be spooky. Once my job to deliver goods by hover cargo. That's why I know a fair number of names and faces throughout the city. Little ones who jumped for joy when I brought them packages, the old lady who'd always greet me with a smile. I hate for anything bad to happen to them. Hello, how are you today? Please let me know if I may be of service. City-wide casualty data unavailable. Government officials are currently processing reports from all affected zones. Can you narrow it down to the recreation zone then? You must have some estimates on hand. Recalibrating parameters. Injured. 87 individuals. Casualties. 19 individuals. Casualties equipped with regulators. 0. Wish to know if people who died in the machine rampage were wearing regulators. Sorry, but I was assigned to clear away debris. I didn't see any of the deceased. No bodies were present by the time I arrived, so I assumed the ushers had already done their work. I do remember there being patches of white dust scattered about that were quite a chore to clean up. Nothing else worthy of mention. But I think it's time we rejoin with Cry Once Fiend. I was half joking with my boast to Shale, but we may have stumbled upon something major here. We should share our findings and keep pursuing this avenue of inquiry. Didn't Cryle say to meet them in the plaza just outside of Shreview? Let's get going. Yeah, so not only are they without regulators, but the ones that are dying, it looks like there's this like white dust or something. Essentially, you're saying that the people who were killed by malfunctioning machines weren't wearing regulators. The numbers are still tentative and only apply to that one zone. We don't know how they'll stack up against the overall data, but this is definitely more than a coincidence. I think it's safe to say that anyone who had removed the regulator was a priority target. Now that you mention it, the person I was treating for injuries wasn't wearing one either. But why? Why are they being targeted over everyone else? Based solely on the lack of a neo-regulator, we cannot judge if a person has no desire to become an endless or if they simply failed to acquire one of the limited devices. But those who wear no regulator at all have clearly rejected the old system of using souls to revive themselves. Put another way, they have chosen to live their lives in the knowledge that death is an inevitability. The chances that such resolute people would wish to become an endless are far lower, I would imagine. So Calix has chosen those least likely to accept his vision as victims to stoke fear and panic. There is no need to kill anyone, but the way things are, the people were already fearful enough. He could have found 5,000 willing citizens without all this madness. Make a good point. Perhaps sowing this terror is in service to another scheme, or he had some other need for the lives he's taken. About the dust. The dust! Right, the sanitation worker story. She saw no bodies, but mentioned piles of white dust. Dust, but no bodies. Now, where have I heard that before? Do you recall when we went to save Aaronville from the sentries in the outskirts? The Usher Malachite told us much the same thing. When I arrived, I found no body, only a pile of dust with which the wind quickly scattered. Confused, I questioned the residents, but none knew what had become of it. Both stories speak of missing remains suspicious enough, but the shared mention of this dust is too much to ignore. In that case, we should confirm if the substance was present at other sites and attempt to ascertain its nature. Following this thread may lead us not only to an explanation for the missing bodies, but also the intent behind Calix's murderous actions. Shadu, we need your help. I've lost control over the soldiers in the residential area. They might be trying to hurt people again. I believe the members are on their way now, but are you close enough to join them? Damn it, our investigation will have to wait. Let's go.
Stay back! Stay away from me! Leave him alone!
Are you all right?
What happened here?
Sentry walked into my apartment, even though I'd locked the door and everything. I managed to run, but the man who tried
Whoa.
to save...
No weapons, which is to be expected, considering all the sentries were meant to be disarmed. Yet it was ordered to attack all the same, even if that meant using its bare hands.
I'll leave matters here to you. I'm going to do a sweep of the surrounding area.
in this sector who no longer wears a regulator.
Oh, I don't think I've seen Isadora and her boy with theirs recently.
Go to them, quickly! Wayakwe!
I'll be fine. But Isadora's in bad shape. Mother! Mother, please!
Dang.
Isadora! Oh, thank goodness. She wasn't struck anywhere vital.
I'm sorry. If only I'd gotten here sooner.
Everything will be all right. I promise to make your mother better.
Thank you, miss. Will she sleep like that forever?
No, not forever. She'll wake soon, I'm sure of it.
That's good to hear. Thank you for saving her.
The promise of tomorrow. Forgive me, I was reckless. You shouldn't have had to waste time tending to my wounds as well. Did you see our other comrade back there? He stayed behind in the lobby, but I heard the sounds of fighting. I'm sorry, he must have fallen protecting the residents. Our comrade, do you think he may have been struck down? If he is wounded or worse, I should go to him. Wait, please. It isn't safe and you still need rest. You stay with Milos and watch over Isadora for me. We will tend to your friend. Thank you. Please take care of yourself. Isadora's gonna be alright then? I'm so glad. Just finished my ministrations here. Our Oblivion comrade is beyond saving, I'm afraid. A brave soul. He gave his life to save another. He died protecting me. I don't understand why any of this is happening. The Sentry was behaving normally, like any other, and all of a sudden, it tried to kill me. Weapons or no, Calyx commanded them to commit murder. Is it over? We came as soon as Wayakwe said word. Sorry, by the time we arrived, it was already too late. Geode could be in trouble too. Once we have this radius locked down, we need to find him. But why? Has something happened? Possibly. We're not sure what, but he stopped responding to our communications. We need to prioritize securing the residential sector, though, at least until we regain control over the sentries. Then we should search for Geode. I agree. Since most Oblivion members have sworn off regulators, if our theory holds true, then they could be prime targets for the next attack. Please do what you can to shepherd the residents to safety, but avoid the sentries at all cost. Or thanks. Here, take these communicators. Made modifications then to prevent Calyx from intercepting the signal, and have been using them to coordinate movements with allies in the vicinity. Wayakwe has one too, so I'll ask her to keep hailing Geode. Good luck and stay safe. Geode said he would sweep the surrounding area, so he shouldn't have ventured too far. Let's get going. Search further to the east. Yo, Geode, answer me. There's no response. No sign. Radius would be the next logical place to look.
This is the only place left. Let them be safe.
Geode, are you there? Answer me, please!
I'm here. Sorry for the long silence. I've been busy.
Oh, you're alive! Thank the gods! Where are you now?
The radius next door. The lobby is secure. I'll scout the second floor. Then I'll join it.
Wait, didn't Zoraljaw's army have something like that?
Dust? What are you talking about? What's happening?
They're not just collecting souls. They're draining the bodies of corporeal ether. The dust that we saw was all that was left of the victims. They must have modified the soul cells.
Yo, Geoda's dead as hell.
Shit.
Shit.
You need to run now! A trap.
Dang.
Take care of the others, eh?
That's spooky.
No sign of him so far. This way, maybe? Geode!
No.
A shame. I had hoped to leave here with at least one more cell's worth of ether. But seeing how eager you are to interfere, I shall cut this foray short.
Calyx. What could you possibly stand to gain from these atrocities?
Ether sufficient to generate 5,000 endless. How would you acquire it?
How would I?
Until I have the key, the reflections are closed to me. Thus do I make do with the sources at hand. 7% of Alexandria's current population will yield the energy to convert 5,000 into endless. With 11%, operations could continue unabated for 800 years. Our bodies are fated to decay sooner or later. These ones refuse the gift of eternal life, so what difference does it make if I return them to ether now?
Yeah, walking through that dust is mad disrespectful.
I will not waste time and resources on meaningless conflict. This unit cannot offer you worthwhile resistance. Instead, I pose a question. Would you hand over the key if I promise to halt my harvest?
You would only seek other victims if I did that.
It was foolish of me to even ask. I return to my work then. There is much to do if I must take the key by force.
That sucks. I need to go swap something out real quick. I'm gonna need to go check on it in like another 10 minutes or so, but we can go from here. Pile of dust, these ashes. The soul cell he left behind. Was this his twisted way of returning Geode to us? Damn you, Calyx. Damn you and your careless cruelty. He was our friend. Even so, some might say every death was justified if it meant 5,000 Endless could continue their immortal lives. And if Reflection stole their ether allowed for many more Endless, why that too would be a noble sacrifice for the greater good. Who could think that? Not I. Certainly not I. You know only too well, there is not noble in this sacrifice. Very much like when the Ascians sacrificed themselves for Zodiark. We have to stop him. We have to find Calyx and put an end to this madness as soon as possible. And under no circumstances can we let the key fall into his possession, Shadud. If it falls to us, we will thwart his plans here in Alexandria before he could terrorize innocents and Reflections elsewhere. Dang! She'll return to the back room. She only others need to know what have happened. Yes. I'll ask Guayakwe to meet us there as well. Oh, sweet, they teleport me. I was like, I don't want to walk back there, and I was like already optimized, like trying to plan my route. I was already doing routing, dude. Oh, Raha's here. And Y'shtola.
Our dear Geode. The soldiers. If only I'd been able to control them.
This isn't your fault, Gololja. The blame lies with Calyx, and with him alone. It's all so senseless. Why force his plans upon us when we're already happy? Living our lives. What does he even think life is? I'll never forgive Calyx for doing this. Or myself for being powerless to stop him. Wait, where are you going? To clear my head. Don't worry, I won't do anything stupid.
Stay here and get some rest. I'll make sure Nostalgia stays out of trouble.
Thank you.
Things would have been far worse if you and Geode hadn't rushed in there. Many people are still alive because of you. And after adding what you discovered to the leads we've dug up, I'm hopeful we can determine where Calyx is hiding. But not right now. We need time before we can move on. Just a little time.
Oh, Geode.
Another comrade gone. Some days it's almost more than I can bear. Geode he was an older brother to Nostalgia and me. Shale knew him longer, though, and is surely taking it the hardest. And that, on top of what's happened with, Kakuya? You think you could check on her? See how she's doing? She's like to put on a brave face if it's me or my sister. It's Kakuya, right? Apologies, my mind was elsewhere. I need to press on with the hunt for Calyx, but I can't seem to focus. I should be better than this, I know. As you said, you need time to work through it. You're right. I ought to heed my own words. As it stands, I'm of no use to anyone. Kakuya used to say the best thing to do with grief was to let it all out. So I think I'll take myself over to the earthen sky and say my goodbyes to Geode. Why don't you come along? I can use someone to blubber to if you've a shoulder to spare. Alright, let's get out of Everkeep for a bit. Actually, I was kind of curious about this. I mean, even that's pretty far. That's still pretty far, man. Like, how much further would I want to see, you know? I see all those guys over there. It's pretty cool that I can see all those enemies. Yeah, see, look, they all go away with that. It's pretty cool. I would actually gladly do the increased character display range if I could trade off something for it. Air truck and fort, so I have a rate for a couple of air wheelers. If other communication modules, remove those. So even Calyx shouldn't be able to seize control of them. Say the word and we'll set off. We'll be flying close to the pylons to follow my lead. These air-wheelers are Janolt's babies. You won't find a smoother ride in all of Everkeep. For years now, I've been taking one out for a turn whenever I need to lighten my mood. Sometimes Geode would come along too, and we'd end up racing. Does that surprise you? Our friendship always had a competitive edge. I often talk about how one day we might fly our wheelers outside the dome. Almost there. Be sure the ground is clear before you touch down. That's helped clear my head a touch. You know, Chadude, you might be the first person I've ridden with who wasn't an Oblivion recruit. As far as I remember, at least. The memories from my regular days aren't exactly reliable. Come on, let's head inside. Hopefully the way will be clear of pests today. Little does she know. I already got that thing on me. Thanks. I usually avoid such encounters, but sometimes they wander in and block the only path. Not that it slowed you down at all. Never seen you fight up close before, and the surveillance feed clearly didn't do it justice. Hopefully that keeps the route clear for a while. Shall we?
Whenever we lost a comrade, the three of us would come back here to reminisce. Me, Geode, and Kafkiwa. Will you raise a glass?
E. The Geode's memory. I like how you can make your character not drink.
Oh. What are the two of you doing here?
I had a feeling you'd show up. Would you like to join us?
I suppose I could spare a moment. They tell us Oblivion's founders disappeared some decades ago under mysterious circumstances. And it was Kafkiwa who revived our organization. You and Geode helped her with that, didn't you? Tell us more about it. You're keen to know too, right? What they were like back then. The mad things they got up to. That sort of thing.
the days. It was actually right before the Reformation that I met Geode. I still wore a regulator then. I'd recently lost someone close to me. And also quit a long stint as an adapter to work at a bar of all places. It paid me to sit with patrons and keep them company. So Geode came in one night. It wasn't long before we got into an argument. First-time customer, but tempers flared. And then one of us threw a punch.
You got into a fist fight? What were you even arguing about?
Damned if I know. We were deep in our cups. I think we were both just frustrated and angry at everything. By the end of it, we were both sprawled out in the street. Pair of drunken fools. Then this odd machine stopped to lecture us, scolding us for obstructing the foot traffic and not taking better care of ourselves.
Sounds like Kefkiwa.
I can't imagine you ever being in such a sorry state. The odd machine, that was Kafkiwa, I take it?
That it was. Once she was done upbraiding us for our unseemly behavior, she launched into a recruitment pitch. Kafkiwa explained that she wanted to protect the outside world from Zoralja's invasion, to keep him from bringing ruin to the place her beloved son lived. And if we were so intent on self-destruction, then perhaps we might consider risking our hides for a just cause. It was a lot to take in. I hadn't given much thought to what lay beyond the barrier, and learning that Kafkiwa herself was already dead was enough to make my head spin. But Geode and I were intrigued by her ideas, and wanted to see this future of hers come to pass.
Geode often spoke of it. He told me that meeting Kafkiwa was what first taught him the value of remembering people.
Like he was sharing a holy revelation.
Oh, but back then you hadn't yet taken on Oblivion's name, had you?
Is that so? I just assumed.
It hadn't been Kafkiwa's intention to carry on Oblivion's legacy, nor adopt the cause your parents championed. Not initially, at least. She wasn't even aware such an organized resistance existed. She did, however, suspect the presence of other dissidents, those who objected to resurrecting the memories of the dead in defiance of the natural order. In the hopes of identifying like-minded comrades, we began searching the core system for traces of unauthorized access. And that's how we found it. An anomalous sector in the back of the Neon Stein. According to Melancholy, the door to that mystery had remained firmly shut since she took over the business.
The back room.
The back room. We forced our way in, only to discover that the hideout had long been abandoned. Although the occupants were gone, the equipment they'd left behind contained records of a group calling itself Oblivion. After reading through their exploits and their vision for the future, we made the decision to carry on their work.
Thus were my parents' and Kafkiwa's hopes bound together.
And carried onward by Shale and Geode.
We could never have made it this far on our own, of course. Not without the strength of arms you and your friends provided. Losing comrades is a hard thing, but being here, thinking back on the moments we shared. I can see their smiles, hear their laughter. I feel their presence, and I know they're still with us. But these memories of mine are for me alone. Reminders of why I chose to do this. And why I'll stay the course.
Can't have that with regulators.
Right. Time we got back to work. Thank you, everyone.
Yay! Grieving!
It's me who should be thanking you. Though the pain is still deep, I don't feel like I'm drowning in it anymore. Let's get out there and put a stop to Calyx. For you, for me, and for everyone who's ever believed in Oblivion.
Ah. Let's see if this rice cooker. Nice. Appreciate you helping me through this. Not only the grief, you helped me see that my comrades mean even more to me than I realize, which only fuels my determination. I'll be spending every waking moment working to bring Calyx to account for his crimes. Do my part, and then you do yours. Oblivion needs you. Time I went back to locating Calyx's lair. I have a new strategy in mind, but it remains to be seen if it will aid in narrowing down the possibilities. I'll ask Cryo for help. I want to re-examine the data, starting with that of her parents. After all, they were the first to break away from the preservation and establish an organized resistance with Oblivion. There must be something in there that can point us in the right direction. What are your plans? Shadud, is that you? Apologies for calling suddenly. I've been making rounds in the outskirts, and I cannot help but feel as though something is amiss. Might I ask you to join me? Your perspective would be most appreciated. It could wait until you finish attending to Shale, of course. See if your plans have been decided for you. Go on, I have others to speak with before I return to the back room. Okay. Wait, the outskirts. Oops. Yeah, I might just keep it extended. Chatty, thank you for coming. As I mentioned, I would benefit from your worldly experience. Perhaps in my imagination, but the townspeople appear to be acting oddly. That is, even considering the current state of affairs. As I am yet unfamiliar with the outskirts, I thought you might be better equipped to judge if their behavior is unusual or not. You speak with them and see what you think. I hope to be proven wrong. I fear something is not quite right here. You're not wearing a regulator? Don't you know the end is coming? Well, it's your life to lose. Me? I got one of those Neo-regulators and registered a while ago. As soon as I did, a display appeared showing the number of registered users. Right now it's sitting at 4,168. The upper limit is 5,000, wasn't it? Seems the total shot up right after those machine malfunctions. It's only a matter of time before everyone's registered. Pity those who weren't chosen, but I'm gonna be an endless. I'm gonna evolve and live happily ever after. It's poisoning your mind, man. Please tell me you bought more Neo regulators. Officially, they've all been handed out already, but I've heard rumors that there are a few left over. Surely the government has some, or perhaps Queen's Fiend? I may not look it, but I was a hunter once. Back then, I hardly gave death a second thought, but now that I know the truth, it's all I could think about. Has to be a way to hold on. There has to. Greetings! I remember when you visited with Queen's Fiend. Come to check on our well-being, have you? I could say things are rather stressful out here as well. Without knowing if or when our machinery might turn murderous, the specter of death is ever present. People are terrified, and the clamor for neo-regulars has reached a fever pitch. I personally was fortunate enough to have claimed a new device early on. It has long since completed the resignation. Death has no hold over me now. I must begin my prayers. The darkness grows closer, grows deeper, and we must cast it out. What the heck? These guys are totally brainwashed. Not me, though. Everyone's brainwashed except for me. So what do you think? Was I right to worry? Tensions are running high. Yes, that's exactly it. People are overwhelmed by uncertainty and fear, and with each new registration, the fear inside them grows more insistent. How long until it drives them into full-blown panic? Chanud, can you come to a resolution? We have a problem. I'm already here with Lamati and Alphino. Sounds like she wants us there in a hurry. We should go. What the? Wait, is that a live feed? Is it active again?
Sorry to drag you out here, but I thought it best you see for yourself.
Is living memory activated?
Though you toil with diligence, death may come ere your reward is bestowed. Though your grand works be poised for completion, death may come ere you wake the following morn. Though you enjoy a life of peace and good fortune, death needs but one instant to claim you. Your bodies are weak. Your heart, your brain, every fragile organ rolls the dice from moment to moment. Sheer chance deciding if they function or fail.
True.
Be you stoic or generous or righteous, no virtues tip the scales in that fatal reckoning. The choice is made without reason. The end is cloaked in terror. That is what it means to die.
The announcement began after we finished our meeting with Gossen. As for its source, well...
Calyx.
There is no shame in being afraid. It is that very fear which will drive you to conquer death. Let us set a new course for mankind. Let us preserve our existence unto perpetuity.
Change isn't easy. No one ever wants to take the first step. But this is the right path for us. What other way could there be? I'm gonna do it. I'm going to register.
Val Wuklemat! You couldn't have come at a better time. Please, you have to let us move to Tuliolal.
It's too dangerous to stay here. Who knows when the next century will turn on us?
Even if we wanted to become endless, there are no more Neo-regulators to be had. Fleeing is our only option.
If the solution was as simple as leaving, then we'd all have left already. Did you not hear the announcement? For the living, death is a foregone conclusion. No matter where we go, or who we shelter with, we won't get another chance like this to overcome our fate.
Easy for you to say when you have that regulator.
The Landsguard are on their way as we speak, and arrangements have been made to see that you all will be safely evacuated. Tuliyola will aid you in whatever way we can. So please, remain calm.
I want to help Alexandria. I want to save its people. But what can I do? I am not their queen.
Alex says to access the core system, which means if he chose to do so, he could deploy the soldiers beyond the barrier. Even if our people learn to live with death and decide to leave the dome behind, they will not be beyond his reach. Yet if it serves to allay their fears even a little, I beg you, Wuklemat, please let them shelter in Tuliolal. We will welcome any and all who want to come. We've already begun the evacuations. We'll be able to pick up the pace once the Landsguard arrives. In which case, we had best spread out and keep an eye on the crowds. The mood is tense and we must prepare for possible violence. If you happen to determine where Calus is hiding, though, we'll be ready to move at a moment's notice. Surely we'll find a clue of some kind soon. He can't elude us forever. I don't know when they got here. Violence and fear. This is not the future she envisioned for her nation. Tuliyola would gladly welcome every last Alexandrian with open arms. But what if the nation the late queen was so desperate to preserve? What if the bright haven of peace and laughter? Wuklemat. I won't stand here and let her legacy be sullied any further. I will protect Alexandria. And that was the promise I made to her at the last. But she betrayed you, did she not? Why do you feel this obligation? I saw myself in her, I suppose. We both felt the people's joy as our own, yet alone, we lacked the strength to protect them. There's so much I love in this world, too much for me to take my arms and keep safe, and that made me afraid. I needed someone who shared that love and fear, so together we could do what we couldn't by ourselves. Or maybe it's simpler than that. Maybe I just wish that we could have been friends. When she turned to me in her final hour, desperate to safeguard Alexandria's future, I swore that I would see it done. In the end, I think you both found the friend you needed. I would be yours as well, Sveen. Whenever you fail or struggle to rise, I'll come running to the rescue, and you do the same for me. That's how we'll protect the things we love. That's how we'll protect Alexandria. You're right, you're right. I'm not butting in, this is their moment, bro. Right, we got a bit sidetracked there. We should probably be on our way. Do we patrol or see if Shale needs a hand? There you all are. Galulja! Oh, splendid. We were afraid we miss you. Alice and the others said you were here. Good news, Shadood. We finally found it in Calyx's armor. We discovered the laboratories on Everkeep's 10th level that once housed the Preservation Initiative. Containment Complex 1029, it's called. It's been falsely registered as a distribution center. In reality, it hasn't recorded any traffic in decades. We don't think this is where Calyx is hiding as such, but it may well contain clues that point us in the right direction. Sorry it took us so long to get this far. If you're interested, what do you say we all go check it out together? Thank you for the hard work. This is a huge step forward. And up. We'll need to take the lift to get to the complex. I cleared this expedition with the relevant authorities and have one of our people waiting to operate said lift. Let's not keep her waiting. Awesome. Next stop, the 10th level.
So this is one of Preservation's laboratories.
It's so dark I can barely see.
Just a moment. If I can reroute the power to the circuit.
You got the lights working.
Smell how stale the air is. This room hasn't been in use for many years.
It was thanks to Krile and Galulja that we managed to locate this place.
You may remember that my earring contained the control code for the gate to the Golden City. As it was Preservation that constructed the portal, we reasoned that the code to operate it might include a signature of some sort, unique to their organization.
So I took a closer look, and a line-by-line examination yielded a string of symbols identifying the code's author. We then began accessing the nodes for every door in Everkeep, seeking out control codes which contained those same symbols. After a grueling search, we finally discovered our prize behind door number 1860, the entrance to the facility in which we now stand. I'd probably still be at it if Galulja hadn't been around to assist me.
I took breaks, but Shale never stopped working. Not even once.
You're a treasure.
I can contribute precious little else, I'm afraid, but I appreciate your kind words. In any case, this next part will require your helping hands.
We need to spread out and search for something that may lead us to Calyx. We're more than happy to help, of course. But I wonder, won't he realize we've found this place?
It's highly likely. And personally, I hope he does.
Beyond our main objective, we're here to pick up Calyx's trail. Learn of a certain device that should help us do just that. I'll explain as we proceed, but according to information I was able to dredge up, the device in question should have been installed in the director's office. Now, for where that might be, yes, this map matches my data. The room we're in is the Researcher's Common, located in the western side of the complex. The director's office is to the northeast of here. So we should cut across the circular chamber in the middle, yes? Yes, we should, but fortunately for us, the interior door is locked. We'll need a security key with the appropriate clearance to open it. Judging by the mechanism, it'll probably be a card of some kind. Can't you, work some electro magic? Try my best, but this type of lock is well before my time. It might take a while to crack it. In case I can't, you might want to look around and see if anybody left a security card behind. Considering the state of the place, it does seem like they abandoned it in some haste. I shouldn't be surprised if we found one. Let's get searching. Expect why the most luck-looking researchers get their personal belongings. Helpful hints will appear in a different color. Okay. Documents that attack. You find no security cards hidden among them. That's right input. Appears to be an index page of an employee manual. For security reasons, this container has been registered as a materials distribution center. Keep this in mind, conduct yourselves accordingly, both inside and outside the facility. Each employee must perform their task at designated workrooms, the Researcher's Commons, the Proto Lab, or the Duroder Lab. Entrance into another workroom without official clearance is strictly prohibited. Carry your card at all times. Your clearance level dictates the areas to which you have access. Your regulator at all times due to the highly confidential nature of the research and materials and other data within the complex. Reservation retains the ownership of and the rights to modify all memories of registered personnel. Access denied. Complex Director Demetrius. Protolab Director Asafer. Deuterolab Chief Redacted. Few decipherable notes pinned to this board, but nothing that resembles a security card. Supplies. Can appears to be empty. Not even sure where people keep their personal belongings in this day and age. Probably over here in the desk drawers. Let's go through the half-open desk drawers. You found discover a card-shaped object. The electrode is marked with a bold level 1. Let's try it on the door and see if it opens. Okay. It opened, you did it! Good thing too, I was getting nowhere with that outdated circuit. Curious though, why would they abandon a facility like this? It's run by a Director Demetrius. Or so that terminal there told me. Perhaps there are more answers to be had once we venture further inside. Continue onwards. No good. We need a different card. Demanding level 3 security clearance to open the lock. Much to the light chase me, we'll just have to comb through the nearby rooms and hope we stumble upon the card we need. Start searching the proto lab. Door's already open. The way this room is set up, the canister inserted into that large device looks to be a soul cell. It's be where they conducted their experiments to create Endless. Probably spend days investigating this complex. Finding a way into the director's office must take precedence. Littlejohn mentioned a locker over in the corner that he couldn't open. Perhaps he could take a look. Searcher's data tablet. Today I begin my employment at Preservation. The organization was unfamiliar to me, but when the recruitment letter arrived, I had a gut feeling this work might be far more fulfilling than any orthodox medical practice. My instincts were correct. Master Calix's philosophy is the refined ideal of notions I've only ever vaguely entertained, that mankind must evolve beyond the shackles of its flesh and blood existence. I had a meeting with Director Demetrius today, and heard the others praise his genius and intellect, but he seems but a guttering candle in comparison to Master Calix's blinding brilliance. This morning I was permitted access to the top floor to observe the workings of living memory. As predicted, the shortage of aether required to sustain the Endless is reaching critical levels, yet Queen's Fiend insists on continuing her ineffectual flailing. Our Milala colleagues, including the Protolab chief, have been behaving in a deadly suspicious manner of late. Shall I report my concerns to the director? From tomorrow, I've been assigned to assist the research project in the Deuterolab. We're scheduled to conduct a major experiment, the details of which have been kept ignorant. It seemed prudent to back up my memory data. Results of experiment 158 show a marked improvement in aether extraction rates. Last, we have achieved the target value set by Master Calix. Though I will become an Endless as per our ascendancy protocols, I will preserve the historic number of my few worldly efforts. I'm assuming it's that 158. Okay, so 158's one of them. These notes seem to be about the research they did in here. Let's take a look. Experiment 148. Submitting interference candidate 102930 to be considered for efficiency procedure review. Experiment 158. Maximum value of 11509 recorded. Comparative study to be included in the report. Experiment 163. New proposal produced a result of 9834. Okay, I think I get it. Check with Fiend. Trial. I'm pretty sure it's the 11509. Nice. Level 2 security card. Got the locker open. You found another security card. It says level 2. We need level 3, didn't we? Yes, but it should still open more doors for us to explore. You did well. These Preservation members led such surprisingly normal lives. Leaving notes, losing their cards. I guess imagine they'd be more, what's the word? Bloodless? Mechanical? Parents were once part of Preservation, if you'd recall. Seen the researchers who agreed with Calix and his philosophy underwent the conversion to endless entities. I assume those who could not or would not eventually left the organization altogether. I almost forgot the research kept journal in their data tablets. Whenever it doesn't explain much, but something big happened in the complex. Afterwards, it was decided everyone would become endless. The writer was really happy about this. You could tell how much they admired Calyx and his work. The entries ended after that, but maybe you could read more in the other tablet there. Right, let's move this investigation to another room. Well, we have the Deutero Lab and the maintenance facilities left to search. Both are accessed via the southeast corridor. So back to the hub and the locked door and across the way. Which will hopefully yield before our new security card. I'll take the old one if you like. I doubt we have any more use for it. Kind of already read through this. Yeah. So kind of taking it in. This one. Opened. Where should we go first, the Deutero Lab or the facilities? Let's start with the lab. Back to the lab. Doesn't seem to be any power here. Means the energy supply for this room is on a separate conduit, which means there should be a contingency for opening the door. In case of emergency, backup power can be rerouted from the facilities. It's down the other branch of this corridor. Let's get power restored to the Deutero Lab. Cool. Engaging power supply. No good, it's returning an error. There must be a preliminary procedure. According to this error code reference, if the power supply has been interrupted for an extended period of time, then we need to reconfigure both the emergency generator and the circuit control panels. It's the emergency generator over there, isn't it? It's just the 3080. It's the same model as the one used in Heritage Found. How does it send power to the other lab? Ah, I see. The energy cable attached to the base of this terminal leads down the hall directly to the Deutero Lab. Which means we need a way to connect the generator to that cable. What about these patterns on the floor? Could this be the circuit we need to reconfigure? I believe you have the right of it. Using the control panels set into each of the tiles, we can create an unbroken path for the power to flow. But I wouldn't give for an instruction manual. If you can learn for written procedures, I'll keep digging through the terminal's directories when I ask someone to operate the generator. I could do it, I've used this type of machine before. And would you be willing to try and reconfigure the circuit path, Shadood? The rest of us can help by supplying Shadood with whatever information might be found on circuitry configuration. Able to glimpse of the warning sign. From what I can make out, caution, circuit will not function with duplicate patterns. One of each circuitry pattern can be set at the same time. Take a look at this diagram. Configure the 4 circuit control panels to provide an uninterrupted path. Symbols represent the room we're in. The top left is in... If that's where in the top left is Shield's terminal, the bottom right should be the generator. It's hard to make out. Assuming the other 4 tile patterns, the bottom right in the square is the top right is half a circle. Right, so this is a square. And this is half a circle. Okay. And then this is probably the diamond. Nice. It worked. We did it. The Deutero lab should be fully powered. Well done, everyone. If I may, Shale, could we ascertain a certain data log before moving on? Checking the storage shelves, one of the labels caught my eye. Preservation in the Early Days is the title. Of course, it'll only take a moment to bring up the contents. It's a text-based account. I'll read it out. Preservation, an Alexandrian Institute for Technological Development, was founded by Calix, an 11-year-old child prodigy. Approval for establishing the organization came during Alexandria's involvement in the Storm Surge, with Calix's designs for new defensive solutions funded in large part by the Treasury. As conflict grew in intensity and casualties mounted, Calix funneled Preservation's resources towards the perfection of memory storage. Research into this field continued even after the Storm Surge came to an end, with Calix eventually electing to preserve his own memories in a virtual domain. So this account is from before he embraced his endless existence, hundreds of years ago. I only met him once before the Storm Surge began. I was attending my father, who was then the reigning king of Alexandria. Calix could not have been more than 10 years of age, and required constant treatment for his debilitating illness. Yet still, he published theories so highly regarded that even the royal family was aware of his achievements. Life should not be lost to the injustice of death. Even now I can hear the single-minded will behind his words. It was that when war came to my kingdom, my father was quick to commit his unwavering support to this somber youth and his proposals for preservation. Several years later, the ensuing violence brought the death of both my parents. Overwhelmed with my sudden succession to the throne, I suspect they spared me reports of the endless research and other less urgent matters. So they had no way of knowing what kind of person Calix was changing into. Did he change? I wonder. Perhaps he has ever been the type to value ideals over compassion, and I failed to see it at the time. Or perhaps he did change, but he's still driven by the same deeply held beliefs, that morality is cruel and unjust, and his role is to deliver mankind from this fate. Whatever the case, we cannot allow him to shape our future. Let's press on, shall we? If I have done my job correctly, the door to the Deutero lab should be accessible now. I'll give everything a once-over just to be sure. Energy seems stable enough. Still, you should let me handle this one. Security card, if you please. Oh, and a quick prayer that a shorted wire doesn't burn me from the inside out. I'll get this door open. Smooth as silk. Let's head inside and see what awaits. Gods above, isn't that... the key to interdimensional fusion. That looks to be a schematic on the monitor. And they've used it to make another key. But isn't it missing the shard inside like the one Shadud has? We may have been laboring under a misconception. The key was originally a Malala relic. Once this treasure came into possession, Preservation began working to harness the power to cross dimensions. Aside from the crystal, we can see that all the vessel's components were constructed here, so that might tell us the crystal itself is the key. Be the logical conclusion, yes, it is as my parents explained. He remained shrouded in mystery. Preservation augmented it with Electro, but they never grasped the technology's underlying principles. To this day, not a single person understands the mechanics of interdimensional fusion. Not who imbued the key with its power, not when they did so, nor why. Now it makes sense. Calix can track the key because his vessel was made by preservation. I believe there is much we may learn from this room. On our next visit, I will have to enlist Y'shtola's assistance for a thorough investigation. I too am curious about a great many things, but pinning down Calix's whereabouts is our priority. Hopefully there's a security card that grants access to the director's office. Research conducted in this lab must have been highly confidential in nature. Some of the personnel must have belonged to the organization's upper echelons, which means a higher security clearance. We should spread out and look for any cards they left behind. Anything less than a level 3 is no good to us. Nothing in the storage crate. Why are they making so many vessels? Did the other ones not work properly? Security card in the cabinet drawer. She'll examine it. But exactly what we needed. Nice work. So level 3, this should get us into the director's office. So what was it you were hoping to find in there again, Shale? I think a certain device was going to help us. I'm looking for a data relay. Discovered this ostensibly abandoned complex and performed a cursory investigation which detected a connection to an outside network. When I traced the data's routing, it confirmed traffic from a web of Everkeep security cameras. Considering the way Calix is one step ahead of us, we must assume he quietly seized control of the city's surveillance system and has been using it to monitor our activities. To monitor what you, as the key holder, are planning. But since Calix is the ultimate recipient of those transmissions, the flow of data is like a river we can follow back to him. Which is why I need the data relay. We're getting this guy's IP address. And we can pinpoint Calix's position. Yeah, that's what happens. There's nothing... He has done nothing to impede our progress, which makes me think I might be entirely on the wrong track. Maybe the reason he isn't stopping us is because he can't. Back in the old castle, Calix said he was measuring Chadud's strength. What could he possibly dream up that's stronger than him? Speaking of cameras, there was another thing I meant to mention. I found evidence that someone deliberately disabled the surveillance feed in this room. The most recent recording was also crudely deleted. I was able to restore the data, though, if you'd like to see it. I'll start the show, then.
Are you really planning to leave?
Yes. The idea of eternal life. It's begun to frighten me.
I struggle to renounce our conventional wisdom. Death is the means by which life prunes its branches, leaving the trunk to grow strong and tall. We die so that our species may flourish. What would become of mankind were we to halt that process? If unending stagnation is the fruit of our labor, then perhaps we strive for the wrong thing.
Your argument is a rejection of Master Calix's vision.
I suppose it is. Perhaps such dread would not plague me, were I capable of sharing his perspective on the subject.
But I cannot. He and I are too different, in too many ways. I lack his extraordinary genius. I had no illness threatening to cut my life short, no singularity of will to cut away all distractions and focus solely upon research. I have nothing but respect for his determination. The way he overcame his prognosis and seized the means to transcend death itself. But I'm not convinced that this obsession with living is the right path. That's why I've decided to leave preservation and put all my effort towards building a legacy for the next generation to come. Surely you...
Protocol, you
Bruh.
understand. There can be no exceptions.
She only wanted to leave and he executed her. Check the images against the personnel data, and the man who pulled the trigger was Director Demetrius himself. Everything I find on him pointed to a deep infatuation with Master Calyx. The cameras in this room have been out of operation ever since that incident. Given that the recording was erased, I can only assume he was trying to conceal his grisly deed from the other researchers. Not surprised, given how my parents described their defection from the Institute. That makes sense. Spoke of rushing me through a portal even as Preservation's agents closed in on them. I dare not ask what become of them after that, but if it turns out they were captured by their pursuers... I don't know. I don't know what to say. I'm sure they managed to escape, I guess. I want to believe that they did, and even if they didn't, I hope they at least enjoyed what time they had as endless. Trial. Worry not, Scene. Thanks to the Haven of Living Memory, I was at least able to meet my parents and learn what they stood for. It is enough for me to carry on. Even now, we don't know how the conflict unfolded between your parents and the Preservation. What we do know is that your mother and father cleverly expunged every last trace of their movements. They made sure no one could cross into the source or threaten their child's safety. Right, let's press on, shall we? This tale behind Nikki deserves a fitting conclusion. To the Director's office! But it did tell me earlier that I didn't have clearance to look at a certain data tablet. And I want to see if with a level 3 card, it now lets me do that. Okay. Please log in with your personal account to view. Got it. Level 3, baby. Head inside. Now to find that data relay. Don't be shy. Speak if anything odd catches your eye. Terminal isn't connected to any outside network, so it can't be the data relay I'm looking for. The office is also smaller than the map suggested. Positive from the right room. What am I missing? Shoot. I asked you and the others to search the office for any clues to this infuriating puzzle. Closed locker stands next to the table. I'm gonna search the locker. Whoa. Skimming through the contents. Daily reports. Nothing of note. The mystery of the key's activation condition remains unsolved. Key triggered an explosion today. Temporary interdimensional portal verified. continued attempts to stabilize the core's energy reactions. 13 researchers sustained fatal injuries in the explosion. Memory faculties of 4 personnel sufficiently intact for the endless conversion. Remaining 9 designated for Aether reclamation processing. Nothing of note. Rejected resignations of 2 Malala researchers. Major incident. Details in full report. Those 2 inept Malala broke with preservation and absconded with the key. Though the fugitive has since been caught and eliminated, we were too late to recover the relic. The only reason we retained our flesh was to serve Master Calyx as physical instruments to conduct his experiments. Deprived of the object of our research, our existence serves no further purpose. I dare not imagine the depths of his disappointment in me. The complex is to be shut down. All personnel will have their bodies reduced to Aether, which will be allocated for further experimentation. Memory data will be archived. Any endless conversions will be subject to Master Calyx's discretion. If he does not deem us fit, then we are not deserving of eternal life. All personnel have undergone processing. Once the shutdown protocols have been completed, I will proceed with my own corporeal dissolution. As long as the key remains in the physical world, we must keep this complex in pristine condition. Whether it be needed for experiments or otherwise, it must be ready to support future operations in whatever capacity Master Calyx requires. Facility equipment will be maintained in stasis mode. Furthermore, a critical component for secure room access will be stored separately to defend against unauthorized entry. Crumpled note wedged between the file binders. Requires passwords to be input simultaneously at terminals in the Protolab, the Deutero Lab, and the Director's office. No coffee maker. Found something. Misplaced note, was it? But what are the passwords? The instructions for accessing a secure room, no less. Seems we need to enter a password on 3 different terminals at the same time. There was no such room marked on the map, was there? No, a precautionary measure, no doubt. And if passwords are involved, I expect the access lift itself is concealed too. Sealed by Electrip, you mean? Could it be that wall? I thought it seemed odd when I walked past. What Kafkiwa used to say, Shale, never trust an Electrip surface. Electrip isn't always what it appears to be. Of course, Electrip is how you alter the look of all Solution 9's floors and walls, isn't it? In which case it shouldn't be too hard to disable. Another door. Managed to deactivate the projection, but the lock is another story. Didn't the note lay out the password protocol? I say we go ahead and try it. 2 people should prepare the lab terminals for input while the rest of us look for passwords here in the office. Might be better if you stayed, Sven. Your knowledge of Alexandria and its people could be needed here. You're right, if passwords are hiding behind clues, that may be something I can help with. I can help too, I've lived my whole life in Alexandria, after all. I'll take the Deutero Lab duty then. We can keep in touch via communicator to match our timing. You shall have the honor of entering the office password. Once we determine what we need to input, take your place at this terminal. I'll stand by to guide Wu Clement and Krile through the process. There was that display plate over there, the one with the gems? I thought since it was made of Electrip, it might have some other purpose. But I couldn't find switches or buttons to make it do anything. Maybe you can figure it out. There's clearly something missing. Sapphire and the red gem has a Garnet! Garnet mentioned! Garnet mentioned! Might have hints to these passwords. cube made a puzzle. A cube puzzle made of electro. Ah, there is a stone in there. I will hold on to it. Now I have Alexandrite. Yes. Ah. So Alexandrite, garnet, and sapphire. The floor plan. Related. Fertilab is the sapphire. Director's Alexandrite. That's Fertilab. Glowing words are handwritten. Knew the jewel would come in handy. Let me see. Heat the stone. Must be some special meanings Alexandrites have for gems. Each gem means something different. Could ask Fiend about that. Her name comes from a gemstone. Questions you need to only ask. Alexandrite is a concept of protection. Sapphire and garnet. Yes, they all have meanings. Alexandrite's protection, sapphire is honesty, garnet is devotion. Okay. Wuklamat and Kara were just waiting on their passwords. Start with Wuklamat. What should she enter? So, she's in the Proto Lab, which is up there. So that was the sapphire. So that means it should be honesty. Trial should do devotion. And we should do protection. Let's go! Glad that worked. Secure room is the only place we get to search. If the data relay is anywhere, it has to be there. We'll venture in as soon as Wuklamat and Kryl join us. Alright, everyone, time to board the lift and see what awaits us.
This terminal doesn't look special to me, but this is definitely what we're after?
It is. But whether or not it will suffice for our purposes is another question.
Like, this totally is where Calyx was.
Endless are created using
right?
the memories of the deceased. But as memories are, in essence, collections of data, the resultant entities have no physical form. These data entities, as we might call them, have only two methods for interacting with the material world. One of these we saw in Living Memory, where the Endless are granted temporary bodies through the use of corporeal ether. They become much like solid ghosts that one can see and touch. The other method, which Kafkiwa employed, is the remote operation of a machine. But where do you suppose the Endless are to be found when not inhabiting a physical body?
In computer.
The Endless are memories, and if memories are data, then...
Well, that's interesting. Inside Electrobe somewhere?
Yes, we suspect they reside in a virtual domain, one contained entirely within an electrope-based machine. We've seen such a realm before, after all.
Living memory.
Oh, you mean like the Alexandria made from the Endless Fiend's memories? It all seems so real.
So this virtual domain, it would also be housed within the Meso Terminal?
Yeah, in living memory.
But how? I thought we shut down all the terminals in living memory.
You did. And Kafkiwa's program performed just as she intended. The Meso Terminal itself was deactivated, as evidenced by the failure of the device which was keeping Sphne's body in stasis. Be that as it may, we face a master of electrope engineering. That he managed to partition and protect the sector harboring his own memories is well within the bounds of possibility.
That makes sense. Probably to back up.
Let us say that the Meso Terminal does indeed contain a second domain, and that Calyx himself resides there. This city, on the other hand, exists here in the Source. That being the case, I thought perhaps we could prevent his remote interference by closing the gate to the Golden City, and thus severing the connection between worlds.
Except I tried to close it once already when I visited Living Memory. The process required administrative authorization, a restriction I assumed at the time had been imposed by the Queen.
But now you think Calyx might be responsible.
Just as I suspected. Even now, security transmissions from throughout the Keep are being tapped by the core system and routed elsewhere. Almost every single one has you as its focus. He's keeping track of the keyholder's movements.
That means bro was just watching me during
Time's up.
7.2 Savage.
What a waste of time it's been. Hoping to find me by tracing security data. That will not be necessary. Through a not inconsiderable effort, I've taken your measure and prepared a force sufficient to subdue you. Come. I invite you to the upper reaches of the Meso Terminal. The storage device which holds my memories is there. Break the memory bank and victory is yours. I, in turn, will seek to wrest the key from you with any and every means at my disposal.
And if we refuse this invitation?
I will wait and continue to convert Alexandrians into Endless. Consider the urgency of the situation and make the wiser choice.
Answer me one question, Calyx. The Endless Fiend. When she was queen, you had her face an impossible task, then manipulated her into using the key when she was at her most desperate. If you can do all that, then why not whisk it away when her plans went to ruin? Why let it fall into our hands?
You pour salt in the wound. That disaster was a miscalculation on my part. As her end drew near, Sphene and her restructured memories had become one with the terminal's control systems. In that singular place, in that singular moment, she wielded an authority greater than mine.
That's kind of sick, actually.
Thus she was able to shield you, the neighboring sovereign to whom she entrusted her nation's future, and the hero to whom she entrusted that priceless key.
That makes sense. That explains that, actually. Because it's kind of weird how she kind of like flip-flopped.
I am unsure to what degree she perceived my presence, but she knew that someone was watching. Does that satisfy your curiosity?
It does. And I'm satisfied that you will take nothing more from this nation. Not one more life, not one more future, not one single smile from another child's face. You hear me?
Bro has nothing to say.
Sorry for losing my temper, but there's only one way we can deal with people like Calyx. Whatever grand future he envisions, someone will be made to pay the price. And I won't let that happen.
I'm with you.
If I may, I realize it is not my place to say this. Even so, I must thank you both. On behalf of my other self, allow me to say how grateful I am to have you as our champions.
Well, that was an adventure. They have not been the method Shale was hoping for, but at least now we know where to find Calyx and what we need to do next. I remain curious about Preservation's research into the key. That is an investigation for another day. Let's head straight to the back room. We should get everyone on the same page before we make our move. Damn that bastard Calyx. He waited until I was this close before snatching away my moment of triumph. In that infuriating, condescending way he spoke to us. We'll see whose time is up, you smug little weasel. I can't believe the final boss of Dawntrail is Pirate Software. I know things didn't go to plan, but we learned a great deal about preservation. That knowledge could come in handy in the days to come. Though I may not be able to contribute much to a direct confrontation, I mean to see this through with you all, providing whatever support I can. We've briefed Erenville on everything that has happened and sent word to the others. We've now got to consider what our next actions will be. If this is voice acted, I'll stay, but I need to change the rice out. Alex has offered you the opportunity to confront him directly. Though it feels much like a striding face first into an ambush, we have little choice. We are ready to destroy the memories that he supposedly has stored in the upper reaches of the Mesa Terminal. That is where we must go. I'm still being deprived of my moment. I'm so upset at that. Nevertheless, did my due diligence. I can confirm that the relay we found was indeed transmitting surveillance to a data device somewhere in living memory. When you go to fight Calyx Prey, let me fight alongside you. Let me fight for the memory of Otis and Zelenia, and for the other Sphene I may have become, but most importantly for my beloved kingdom and a joyful tomorrow. It's always been your fight as much as ours, if not more. Thank you for understanding what this means to me. I'll be coming with you as well. You know my reasons. Hardly need saying, but your fellow Scions also have every intention of accompanying you into battle. So adamant were Alisaie and the others on this point that they already have left for living memory, and I'm more than ready to do the same. Yo, can we do a trust trial? I'll keep patrolling the streets for signs of trouble, especially from anyone wearing Neo-regulators. Should you need anything from me, I'll be on standby here in the back room. I really want to go with you too, but I know I can't. I know that sometimes you have to be patient and trust in your friends. Oh, Chadud, Cryo and I think that we should go talk to Gosan before we leave for living memory. Under Calyx's direction, preservation has helped shape Alexandria's society for centuries. Taking him down will have serious consequences. We need to warn the officials in charge about what we intend. Justifications aside, we should be acting against the wishes of all who desire to become endless. Exactly. We don't know if Gosan will approve or oppose our chosen course, but either way, leaving without a word is the wrong thing to do. Let's figure a way. Resolution first, yes? Be safe, everyone. I'll see you when it's over. Yeah, I mean, before we were kind of like, oh, like, if they want regulators, like, they can have them, but now we're kind of like, no. Cool OST for this.
I see. A difficult situation. In the absence of an official sovereign, I agree that it is not Preservation's place to dictate the future of our nation. However, I also cannot simply take a side and declare my support for your efforts to defeat Calyx.
Yeah, I mean...
Is that because of the new regulator you wear?
I've yet to register it. I find myself caught between the fear of dying and the desire to carry out the duties of governance. My greatest concern is how we shall stem this ever-increasing terror of mortality when becoming endless is no longer an option. And that's to say nothing of the recent slaughter committed by our own soldiers. The fact that such violence was perpetrated for the very purpose of creating endless will, paradoxically, make it more difficult to endorse your chosen course. It may not seem logical, but for those who lost friends and family in the attacks, halting the creation process altogether would render the deaths of their loved ones utterly meaningless. Is it not cruel to rob them of what little solace they could claim, when we have only just learned what it is to mourn? Tell me, how are we meant to overcome such tragedies?
We stop begging others to teach us for a start. For the longest time, we've been protected by Queen Sphene and the systems put in place by our forebears. The hardships and responsibilities of life were distant things, and we felt entitled to our comforts, even as we barely noticed those who risked everything to keep us sheltered. But no more. From now on, we need to learn on our own. How to live with the promise of death. How to endure the pain of loss.
I mean, that's true. You can't tell somebody to, like, figure that out for you.
Things, but we may learn to survive them.
Philosophers don't give you, like, prescriptions, you know?
The people beyond the barrier, even the Alexandrians of old, they've all had to live with these fears. There's no reason we can't do it too.
What are you all doing here?
Malachite called us in, and the Oblivion members briefed us on the current crisis. You don't stand idly by while your house burns down. We came together and thought about how we could help. Long story short, we've decided to join the fight alongside Oblivion.
Okay.
I say fight, but we're well aware of how little use we'd be in actual combat.
A battle of ideas, on the other hand. Now that we might be qualified to do something about. We'll talk to our neighbors and do our best to quell their fears. Convince them to make the most of this life and enjoy all it has to offer. Perhaps that will help to ease your burden.
It certainly will. Even if a few are assuaged by your words, it will make things easier.
Boom.
Those who have already registered will be difficult to sway, but there are still many who waver. Those are the ones we'll concentrate on.
Gossen, if you truly care for the people of Alexandria, then now's the time to start thinking of ways to prevent more deaths.
Were I to become endless at the expense of my countrymen's lives, I would regret it for the rest of my existence.
Dang.
Forgive my weakness. When the people have lost their way, it falls to the government to support and guide them. Alexandria can rise above this sorrow and find its way forward once more. Is that not so, Your Majesty?
Of course he knew.
Indeed it is. No, that wasn't... what I meant to say was...
Calm down, Sphene.
Lamity, you used her name.
The perfect resemblance to our beloved Queen Sphene has not escaped our notice. Yet we also understand that you are not her.
having to live in secret, unable to share who you really are. That must have been hard on you. When you come back, please tell us all about yourself. I imagine yours is a rather outlandish story, but we're eager to hear it all the same.
Her people want her!
You're one of us, an Alexandrian, and we don't abandon our own.
I actually love that.
I promise to return. And when I do, I look forward to speaking with you all.
That's my goat right there. Everyone's so warm and welcoming. Alexandrians are, as ever, stalwart people. How glad I am to be home. Thank you, Gassan. The decision must have been difficult to make. If only could claim the courage to do so. If only the courage to do so came from within. The final push came from Alexandria's citizens. Their bravery in taking the first step towards change. Speaking of which, can I ask you to lock that Neo-regulator away where no one can get to it? That should prevent the number of registrations from reaching the target number. Be glad to do so, but I feel it'll be to no avail. According to our recent surveys, the number of Neo-regulators in circulation exceed the stated 5,000. Surmise the surplus units are to account for those like myself who have had a change of heart or are otherwise hesitant to register. Does sound like something Calix would do. Well, we'll have to face him either way, so no point delaying the inevitable. On to living memory.
Things seem much the same.
Gimme cat, bruh.
So listen, you have nothing more to fear than any other normal day. Deep breaths. We'll get through this.
You'd be telling them much the same if you were here. I suppose it falls to me now.
Aww. It's good to see our comrades hale and girded for battle. As for us, we've been ahead to inspect the lay of the land. There were no changes to note aside from within the Meso Terminal itself. What's happened to the Meso Terminal? The walls were seeded to provide a convenient entrance into the structure's interior. There was no such ingress when we were last here, so we must assume that Calix has manipulated the terminal's electrode. All to facilitate his most gracious invitation to the upper levels. An invitation I'm eager to accept for the sake of all who loved Alexandria. I will not yield nor leave them to despair. Believe everyone determined to be here is present and accounted for. Should we make our way to the terminal? We wouldn't want to keep our insistent hosts waiting. Well, sure enough. Here we are again, facing another battle to decide Alexandria's fate. For 4 centuries I slept here. Upon awakening, I found the world as I knew it had changed. I was so frightened at first, I couldn't recognize a single thing, and thought everything I loved had gone to dust. Yet beneath the unfamiliar surface, much remained the same. For that, I give thanks to Otis and Zelenia, and their royal knights who lay their lives on the line to defend our way of life. I thank every Alexandrian who believed in our future and passed on our legacy. I thank my other self who loved this kingdom of ours. And I thank you all for kindling this hope in my heart, this courage to take up arms and fight once more. So let us make our stand together and fight for what we hold dear. The kind and gentle Queen Sphene was too weak to serve her people, and so she will serve them no more. Freed from their conscience, I shall become a ruler that can protect Alexandria, a devourer of worlds. How different this Sphene is from the one that we learned. Together we stand, together we fight! Have my gratitude, and surely Otis and Zelenia will join us in spirit. Let's head inside and finish this. In the upper reaches of the terminal awaits the device which holds Calix's memories. It falls to us to make the climb and destroy it once and for all. Aye, we must bring matters to a definitive end. We'll not suffer him to cause Alexandria further harm, nor claim the key. The Queen entrusted it to Trude for a good reason, and besides, it would be a tragedy to relinquish a relic with so much research potential. Apparently, Calix thinks he's taken your measure. I urge you to correct that misguided assumption. I wholeheartedly concur, yet would still counsel caution that he would be so bold as to extend us an invitation bespeaks tremendous confidence in his preparations. Come, friends, we set forth into the midst of dreaming endless. The Meso Terminal. Okay, let's pick out some people. Let's form a party. So I'm definitely going in on Summoner. I feel like Sphene has to come with Zoomancer. Problem is, if I want Cryo, I have to go in on Scholar. So I guess Raha. I don't know. I need Sphene and Wuklamot for sure. Let's go.
Come, I'll begin by wearing you down.
Is this a, like, dungeon version of Smile?
Allow me.
Now I'll show you.
Ooh, there's things to read. What is preservation's purpose? The answer to that question is simple: to ensure the survival of mankind. In a world beset by lightning-aspected imbalance, this means for securing a place where people may live in safety, as well as establishing a treatment for the Levin sickness which plagues us. Many approaches were considered, but in the end it was a child, a youth of undeniable genius, who discovered the most brilliant and complete solution to all the challenges we now face.
I've created new endless for you. Not all are warriors, but they will follow orders. Kill,
That's wild, actually.
and so forth. Here, I shall prepare the stage for battle.
What? Bruh. I guess we're again going through, like, endless stuff. That's messed up, though, actually. Yeah, because it looks like we're in, like, a medical bay for, like, Alexandria. As you can see, like, it looks like these guys have, like, Levin sickness. So maybe he's trying to, like, convince us of, like, I don't know, his position?
The memories of a physician. One who saves lives should be reluctant to die.
Hmm. Activate dispensers. I assume it's just the order that these things are appearing in, right? Kind of cool. Nice.
Oh, you've overburdened the system. No matter. It served its purpose.
We've overburdened the system. Data! According to Master Calyx, it is not the body which provides life to a living being, but the soul. Furthermore, it is the memories etched upon that inferior giver of existence which encapsulates one's true self. Based upon these principles, he proposed a methodology for preserving souls using electrope technology. As souls are composed entirely of ether, he asserts that storage via contemporary means should be eminently possible. Experiments conducted on criminal subjects and volunteers have, in fact, already proven successful in capturing the ether released at the moment of death. Mankind as we know it is taking a great leap forward. Yeah, I guess Summoner also technically got buffs in this patch. How much is that? 510 versus... Oh yeah, might be better to do the...
Sinister repute. I need not compel them to fight.
Another reminder of Alexandria. Prison of Sinister Repute. Oh wait, I actually got earrings. What? Now we're in a prisoner.
These are loyal executioners. They shall deal appropriately with criminals.
Oh, well. Kinda cool.
Your sentence is death.
Wait, you get tethered to them? Attacks against other targets have been nullified. Shackles of Fate.
Criminals may run, but they cannot escape.
Oh, this is gonna suck. What happens if one of them fails? You know what I'm saying? Oh! That happens a lot faster than I thought. Nah, this boss is kind of cool, actually.
Your sentence is death. How long can you defy it? Criminals may run, but they cannot escape.
What is this? Oh yeah, dude, people in, like, roulettes are 100% dying to this. It's awesome. Holy. So I like get to go and help other people then after. Dude, that's cool. That's crazy that it goes outside that hitbox, actually.
Beginning to tire. Good. I bid you continue on.
Nice. Nice, another data terminal for us to read. You succeeded in transferring a soul stored within a specialized electric device into a mechanical soldier, resulting in full control and function. No longer need we fear erosion in which lightning energies inflict upon flesh and blood bodies. Yet despite this crucial breakthrough, Master Calyx remains unsatisfied. He would divorce memory from soul, siphoning the soul's aether reserves whilst granting eternal life to the individual's memories. Unfettered to a soul, memories can not only be stored, but also backed up as data. The Endless will be beings of pure information. His foreshortened lifespan was perhaps the very perspective needed to conceive of such a unique evolutionary path. Surely we go up there for the final fight, right? Yeah. We like loop around and go up to the top of that.
Rife with death. The desperation will serve well. The enemy is at the gate. To arms, good soldiers, protect your kingdom.
He's recreating the storm surge. You'll go no further. My frames, hello? Please keep me safe. Dang. Kind of hoping there was another data terminal.
Very well. If one by one they fall, I'll send them all as one. Recall the anguish you felt when you faced death, and rise. Rise to defend your nation, your people, and your loved ones.
Memory meld the immortal remains.
Rise and meet the foe before you.
Wild. That's so cool, though. Whoa, there's like portals? Wait, that's sick, dude.
An amalgam of memories. Let us see how it fares.
Recollection extreme.
It is the midst of the storm surge.
Hold on.
So cool.
Countless lives are lost in senseless conflict. The war swells in scope and intensity.
It's like the history, dude. This is cool.
The bombs rain down without pause or mercy. Life is dimmed with every blinding flash.
I'm just so engrossed in the story.
Death is everywhere, pillaging the promise of the future.
I don't know how I survived that. I'm missing something about that tell. Memory of the pyre. That was cool. Sphene limit break. We did it! Nice. Oh, we definitely have like a trust trial. Yeah, 100%.
Sphene?
The Endless he sent against us. They were from the time of the Storm Surge, before I was placed into stasis.
Knew him.
As far as we know, the only sector to escape the shutdown was the one containing Calix's memories. Assuming a chronological system, every other memory stored in that sector would belong to people who lived around the same period in history as he did.
Calix, how long have you pursued this madness?
We seem to have exhausted his defenses for the moment. I say we take advantage of this lull to press on.
Well done. I commend your perseverance. The entirety of my memories are stored within this device. In the early stages of Endless Creation, we established several core tenets. One is a prohibition on memory duplication. Despite the inherent risks, I agree and abide by this. Memories are the essence of the self and should not be diluted. We each have our goals. You seek to destroy your target. I seek to reclaim the key. Shall we forego the posturing and begin?
Do not doubt that we are here to fight, and I do not mean to lose. Yet, as one born of the same era, I must ask. Why do you pursue your evolution with such fervor? What do you hope to achieve with this eternal existence?
That's my question.
Your question is meaningless. I have ascertained a superior path to mankind's preservation, and that which must be done is that which I can do. What other reason do I require? Surely you have seen it. Traditional survival strategies are at odds with an increasingly complex society, leading to a breakdown of order. This course promises no liberation from pointless conflicts or inane tragedies. Physical traits do not represent the limit of our potential. Why then should we relinquish that potential when our hearts cease to beat? I realized it was past time that we corrected our heading. Nothing more.
Even then, you were always so single-minded. I too have a vision for the future, and your plan is not a part of it.
Yeah, I mean, this isn't like some guy who has like... I mean, he has some motives, but like... This isn't like a Thanos situation, you know?
Summon will make short work of you and your comrades.
A summoning.
What now? What was that? A chill?
Gonna be Necron, dude.
No, something else. I feel so cold.
The final boss of FF9, right?
Weak.
I had to look it up.
Across Alexandria, a certain emotion is taking hold. The fear of death. Terror for the eternal darkness that will, without fail, engulf the lives of every living thing.
So he's gonna summon a primal.
Allow me to introduce it to you.
The embodiment of the fear of death?
I got it! I got one! 4,999! That's how many people he said they were up to! I made it just in time. Now to register. Death can't touch me now. I'm free of all that crushing fear. Forever.
Congratulations to all who have acquired a Neo Regulator. registered users. The day of deliverance you were promised will soon be upon us.
Oh, give it back!
I don't want to die. I don't want to die.
You think that's what I want?
Remember now. Remember your fear of dying. That terror will carry you across the threshold, make of you an endless. Your prayers will birth a miracle which commands death itself.
What in the... What's going on?
Yeah, that's me, dude. I'm getting out of there.
Securing the requisite ether is simple. I need only reroute lightning energy from living memory. Then I encourage the populace to define its form through hope and thought and prayer. Such an abstract method, however, is rife with unpredictable elements. What I wanted was an entity that could defeat you with utmost certainty. To that end, I set strict parameters for a concept of my own design. It was a laborious task, one that required almost more time than I had.
Concept of
I
things
managed it in the end. And now, everything is in readiness. I bid you, come forth.
What is that?
Holy shit, it's Necron. Dude.
A primal summoning, and one defined by a concept, no less. How did he learn such techniques?
That's what I'm saying, a concept? That's Asian shit right there.
Keep these close.
Ooh, prevented tempering, yep.
That is a false deity, brought into being through the prayers of the desperate and the hopeful. The talismans will protect your minds from being enthralled.
Do you still mean to stand against me?
I mean to win, bruh. Not just stand against you.
That remains to be seen.
You see this book, man? get it, dude. Necropolis. Dude, that's crazy. Yeah, I'm absolutely doing duty support. Defeat Necron. That's crazy, man. Grasping Eternity, Necron.
Those who obstruct evolution shall suffer the rotting fate of all flesh.
This is insane. It's sick, actually. Oh wait, I should probably eat some food.
You are bound by the limits of flesh. It will betray you. Drag them to their graves.
That was crazy that I actually did that ahead of time. That was a crazy snipe, not gonna lie. Bento Mori. I can't be in that.
Do you not see? Death is upon you.
Oh, that's evil.
Perhaps this.
Like Bleach. Donut.
Kill them.
Oh, I see.
Bothersome. Kill them. Fear compounds fear, eroding your strength.
Grand Cross. Oh, stuff from McCall Crescent. Grand Cross, man.
I will reduce you to ether.
So cool.
You will die for me now.
Hold still.
Brace yourself.
Ad phase.
death is the greatest sin a life can commit. The endless darkness engulfs you.
Oh, I just went into my ad phase, man. My buff, I mean. Light the way! Oh, wait, what? Wait, this is sick. Wait, what? That's so cool.
Still alive. But there are ways to change that. There. Those who do not resist death deserve it. I am prepared for you. Kill them.
Wait, what? Wait, that's wild, actually.
Fight if you must. There. You struggle in vain. Once the terror takes root, it will only continue to grow.
Behold the techniques of the royal family.
Kill them.
Techniques of the royal family.
My turn. Terra Flare! God! Bahamut! Wait, do I die to this? Oh my god, could you imagine?
I will reduce you to ether. Those who do not resist death deserve it.
Wait, Seed's actually an Arcanist. That's crazy. In. Out. Odd. Odd. In. Even out.
secure
Odd
them.
in. Oh fuck. Man. Thought I had that one. Raw Titan! Titan! Now's our chance. Let's go. I didn't hear him freak out, so I'm not convinced that it's over.
Is it over?
Okay, it's not.
The memory bank.
Yeah.
It's shielded.
I invited you to destroy it. I did not say I would let you.
Yeah.
It is clear your strength cannot be gauged by ordinary means.
We haven't even seen, like,
But I anticipated
Dynamis.
as much.
Okay.
What did you do to it?
The ignorance is almost laughable. You do not understand that you yourselves are to blame. You brought death to my creation. What do you suppose happens when a being manifested by the fear of dying experiences that terror firsthand? It grows stronger.
Ah. Now extreme is required to do the story.
That same weakness.
It will rise again and again until the lightning which infuses this entire world has been drained to its last spark. You fight a losing battle.
God damn you.
Harnessed in this manner, does it not demonstrate just how powerful mankind's aversion to death truly is? You will not prevail against this foe. I, meanwhile, will continue my crusade against mortality. So long as our memories endure, we may live on. That is the promise I offer.
So long as our memories endure. This is wrong, Alex. You twist the meaning of those words. They are not meant to teach the living that physical death is nothing to fear. They are meant to offer comfort to those we leave behind.
Yeah.
I I know that litany all too well. I heard it time and time again over the course of the war. Help me, Shale. I must speak to Alexandria. Make my voice heard.
Nahe, don't you recognize me? Nahe!
What's happening? What's wrong with them? What will become of us?
Fellow Alexandrians, please, heed my words.
What now? Another broadcast? I know that voice.
Death can be frightening and terrible. I understand the desire to forget, to seek eternal life and be freed from fear. Yet, we live in this world in the here and now, the bearers of memories varied and rich. Our worries can weigh heavy, and there may be nights when the darkness feels like more than we can bear. But if we can endure those dark hours, the world will always brighten come the dawn.
Dawn Trail?
And in the chill of that new morning, will the memories of loved ones be there to warm us and carry us forward? So do not forget their passing. Let them be our courage. Fear not a life well lived. For one day, the memories we leave behind will be the warmth another needs when their morning finds them.
Okay.
What is this reaction? An irregular factor in the equation. Eliminate her.
Let's go.
No, you don't!
Memories cannot be duplicated, but they can be transferred.
world to us. Hurry and take care of that memory bank.
Oh, bro's experiencing fear. What? Dude, that's raw, actually. Kinda sick. Charging another weapon with, like, elemental energy will never be uncool.
The others.
So was it transferred or not is the real question. And how will you know? How will we know that Calyx is gone?
Careful. You're badly hurt. You'd be lucky if you only broke a bone or two. It won't be long until your fever rises. We need to see you back to Tulayolo and into the care of a chirurgeon.
I kept my promise.
Thank you, Lamati.
Nice. She's yet to regain consciousness, but worry not, Lamati will be fine. Been in touch with Valcona, and he has made arrangements to convey her home. By which he means to come fetch Lamati himself, apparently. Given the extent of her injuries and exertions, she'll likely spend many days abed. Oh, Wuklabat. You just can't help yourself, can you? Like a certain someone. That said, we couldn't have done it without you. Once you had the barrier down, you saw to it the Calyx's stored memories were destroyed along with the memory bank. Which means preservation is no more, I pray. No longer will Calyx dictate the course of our people. No longer will grief be locked away or forgotten. The freedom to feel joy and sadness, to feel all that we are meant to experience, is in the hands of Alexandrians once more. I can never thank you enough. Dude, there's an eyelash in my eye right now. When we are rested and ready, we still have to conduct a thorough investigation on how Calyx came to know that summoning ritual. Aye, for where there are primals, the Asians are ne'er far. We must consider that those who offered up prayers during the summoning may well have fallen under the entity's sway. I shall wait here with our patient until Valcona arrives. Feel free to go on ahead and attend to Alexandria's needs in the meantime. Yes, we should get going. I'll contact Shale en route and ask for an update on the situation in the city. Should we make for the outskirts first then? We can check on things there before heading into the Everkeep. Excuse me. Dude, everyone has been teaching me what it means to be enthralled by a primal. The outskirts seem untouched by this trouble as far as I can tell, but what if something awful has happened? Deep breastfeeding. Aaronville and Shale have brought me up to speed. First off, just as we feared, those who adopted the Neo-Regulators appear to have been enthralled. So far, however, they've not shown any hostility towards others. I suspect this was due to the calming effect of your broadcast. Government administrators are presently working with the rest of the citizenry to bring the afflicted into the care of the authorities. I'm happy to report this seems to be proceeding in a largely peaceful manner. Which is all well and good, but the city officials are understandably requesting an explanation of the events. Raha, Grail, would you be able to handle that? Certainly, we shall return to aid with the treatment efforts forthwith. Meanwhile, I suggest you look in on the people you fought so very hard to save. Might I suggest that? It may ease your mind to see the fruits of your efforts firsthand. Thank you again. How very fortunate we are to have you as allies. Mayhap I will take you up on your suggestion. Only I am concerned that, given who I am, approaching those unaware of my return may only serve to confuse them further. Why not speak with Mahusa? She works in the fields at Yupye's Halo, not far from here. As one of those who came to see you off for a clash with Calyx, she will surely know. She'll surely be glad to know you're safe and sound. Excellent idea. I think she'll do just that. Thank you, Cryo. Dude, how many how many patches, man? Gotta check, because I'm getting sleepy. And I want to go to bed, but I don't want to go to bed right before the story finishes, you know? Look who it is. Good to see you again, hale and healthy. Sorry we did not get word to you sooner. How is everyone? Well, nothing terrible befell us as such. The near-regular crowd did all start acting strange at the same time, though. Abuane was one of them, until the authorities were tending to him at a medical facility. Needn't worry, with proper treatment, we'll soon have everybody back to their normal selves. As for the Queen's Fiend who tried enticing us to become endless turned out to be an imposter. What kind of heartless villain preys on people's insecurities like that? Yet, despite the danger to yourselves, you and yours made sure to put a stop to, if I understand things correctly. We owe you a debt of gratitude. It's up to each of us now to make the most of what you've given us. We're alive because of you. While we live and breathe, the future is ours. Our future is ours to decide. Your broadcast was a message of hope for me, for everyone. Really should get going. We still have to keep things running without Pepoane and the others, and the outskirts will need all the spare hands they can get. Is there anything I might do to help heal the enthralled? Quite a lot, in fact. I could very much use a mage of your ability. This would be a good opportunity to round up other arcane practitioners and teach everyone how to use the Porxies. The knowledge will come in handy for treating Levin sickness as well. Wonderful, I shall petition Gassan to spread the word. Our outskirts tour is cancelled, it would seem. By the way, Chidu, Alphino told me that Koana arrived to escort Lamati back to Tuliolo. Alphino himself would be returning to Alexandria momentarily, so between the two of us, I think we can sort out the treatment arrangements. Given all that, I had a mind to ask you a different favor. Would you mind looking in on Galuja? According to Shale, he's been running around the kingdom, determined to personally solve every problem. Last she heard, he was pitching in over the Drift Downs with Aaronville. You asked Tapu, I believe her name was? She should be able to point you in that general direction. I know that voice. I'm happy to hear it. We all prayed fervently for your safe return. Looking for Galuja, are you? He was here asking if we needed help with anything, or if we had noticed anyone acting strangely. He sounded exhausted, so I told him we were fine for the moment and insisted he take a rest. I can only hope he will heed my advice. I believe he ran off toward the ruins of old Alexandria. He always did seem to like it there.
Welcome back!
It's been a trial, hasn't it?
We heard from Kona. He said that Lamachi is in no immediate danger and should make a full recovery.
Vow of resolve indeed. Resolved to be as reckless as ever. She might spare a thought for us helpless spectators from time to time.
You and Lamachi and all the others fought so bravely for Alexandria. And what did I do? I was useless, even with the king's authority. If I were strong, more people might still be alive. But I'm weak. So weak.
Those who know weakness first will often go to the strong. The other one is like, whatever you say, child.
That's right. And you have your whole life ahead of you. We all start somewhere.
Actually, there's something I'd like you to see. My father and Odyssey's swords. I asked Lamachi to bring them here.
Damn.
I've decided to train under a Landsguard soldier and become a swordsman.
That's a big commitment.
I'm still not sure if I want to be the King of Resolve, but I want to be strong enough to protect the people I love. So I'll train as hard as I can, and then I'll come back here when I'm ready to take up these blades. That's the path I've decided on.
Good for you, Gulool Ja. I look forward to seeing your progress.
When I'm bigger and stronger, you'll spar with me, won't you?
Dude, absolutely. I'll kick his ass. I will beat up this kid. Gulool Ja Ultimate. I'm here for the Gulool Ja Ultimate. Thank you both for listening. I'll take it one step at a time and stick with what I know for now. Like cooking the meals that Otis taught me and keeping everyone's bellies full. How does that sound? Sounds like a fine idea. Everyone's been working so hard, so I'm sure a good meal would be much appreciated. Well, I think we passed a milestone here. What about the back room? If you haven't already, I'd expect Shale and the others would appreciate you stopping by to say hello. Jadu, don't think the stars are safe. I've heard the reports, of course, but there's no substitute for actually seeing it. We have so much to thank you for. There we go. Now that everyone's back, so we pause for a moment to savor what we've accomplished. Been through so much these past few days, haven't we? That's an understatement. We've seen the end of a years-long struggle for Oblivion and for myself. Kakuya and Geode would be happy for us. Oddly enough, fulfilling a purpose somehow left me with even more work to do. The government has tasked me with conducting a more complete survey of the containment complex. The preservation facility. That lab where they studied the key certainly demands further examination. I can understand how those experiments may have led to the discovery of reflections, yet they fail to explain Calix's knowledge of primal summoning. I fear that he and his hunger for interdimensional travel are only one facet of a greater puzzle. There is still someone or something out there that may pose a threat to us. In any case, I think it's prudent we secure ourselves a spot in Shale's next expedition to the 10th level. That might be big foreshadowing. I have a meeting with city officials to attend. It would be cruel to leave Rahad to answer the barrage of questions alone. I should return to my work as well. My first job will be to analyze the data we pulled from the Containment Complex 1029 and to locate other facilities of interest. I can only hope that the information we uncover will serve Alexandria and the future we want to build. Whatever we end up finding, however, it'll likely take some weeks to put the city back to rights. All these ambitious plans aside, I think you've earned a rest, don't you? Break room is yours to bunk in for as long as you want. Say the word and I'll help you settle in. Ready for a cot and a fluffy pillow? Sure. Several weeks later. What the heck?
What an absurdly long report. Even working together, it took us an age to finish.
Well, to be fair, it was a rather absurd series of events. The mystery behind Grandfather's letter took us further than we could have ever imagined.
Truly. It feels like a lifetime ago that it all began.
Right then, one last bit of proofreading. Where was I? Ah, yes. The chaos which had gripped the Kingdom of Alexandria was slowly but surely giving way to order once more. The thorough investigation conducted by Oblivion was one of the primary factors contributing to this recovery. Its members uncovered multiple preservation research facilities, allowing for a comprehensive study of regulator design and function. Thus have we come to understand that memories pertaining to the deceased were not erased from the minds of the living, but in truth, merely locked away. Permanent gaps in one's memory were to be avoided, as inconsistencies would arise during endless conversion and cause instability. When the time came, restoring these buried memories would be a simple matter of transmitting a signal from the Meso Terminal. Acting on this discovery, the Alexandrian government announced plans for a memory restoration initiative, open to willing participants.
I wonder what that's like if it hits you all at once. It's like when Light gets the Death Note back.
Surrounding mortality, as people continue to debate how best to face the inevitability of death. No matter the answer at which they arrive, it is certain to herald a major shift in the nation's philosophy. Yes, that matches my understanding of events. Excellent work, Raha.
I'm glad it serves. Shall we make our way over then?
It's kind of crazy that Garaha's here if you think about it. Bro, traveling from the 1st over to the 9th, like, what are we doing?
Ahead of the memory restoration, officials requested the assistance of those familiar with the processes involved. So it was that our party and Sphene, who had eagerly volunteered, accepted the task of escorting the city's representative to living memory.
Before you go, we just wanted to say that we haven't made this decision lightly. No matter how frightening or painful they may be, we need to face our memories. Not only to honor those who are gone, but to make whole those who are still here. So no second thoughts. We'll be waiting.
If anything tries to harm you, you knock it flat. Come back safely, our Sphene from another time.
Yes! Be safe! I'll see you soon!
So sweet of you, but you needn't worry. I'm in very good company. Thank you all for your well wishes.
Despite the disruption caused by the dome's arrival, the people in the surrounding region have since reclaimed their normal lives.
I hope this ends with Sphene joining as a Scion. I really hope.
The Tural which Galul Jar Jar united is nothing if not resilient. The winds of change are fickle. A sudden gust often the bearer of challenging trials. but so too do they spur us onward, keeping our feet ever moving along life's path.
You'll soon be on your way to Yaktel, then?
Yes, we've just come from making arrangements with the dirigible master. Preparations for the flight are still underway, so I'm doing a little sightseeing. My gratitude to the Landsguard for providing us with the permits we need to visit the Skydeep Cenotaph.
Of course. We'd hardly refuse a direct request from the Vow of Reason. Our vigilant comrades at the gate will see you safely through.
Crazy that this is where this guy's at now.
Wooklamart isn't here, of course. She is still convalescing, I take it.
Indeed. She's presently confined to bed and permitted no visitors. Weakened as she is, we cannot be too careful. I can scarcely sleep at night for the worry.
Oh my. Please, forgive me. I hadn't realized her condition was so serious. I pray she makes a full recovery soon.
Greetings! What a rare pleasure this is! Is something wrong? Your friend looks like she had some bad news.
She wanted to visit the Vow of Resolve. And there's little reason she couldn't have.
Is there something you wish to say?
I see. I'm glad there's nothing terrible afoot. And yet, where there's a need... Sorry, I just remembered a pressing errand. Let's talk again soon.
The Alexandrians, I understand, have teachings similar to that of the Yokwi. Our flesh may wither and die, but so long as we are remembered, we are never truly gone. My father's last words. I've long considered their meaning. The living can find strength in the memories of those we've lost. They can help us rise to meet our trials in the present. That was certainly true of myself. So I have faith that the people of Alexandria too will be stronger for their grief.
It may be as you say. If we did not remember our lost siblings, we would not be where we are now. or be who we've become. We all have memories like that, I bet.
Well, we made it. The journey was so smooth as to be almost disappointing.
I can only agree, especially after our first visit felt so fraught with danger.
It's the curse of experience, my friends. Before we know it, the extraordinary becomes every day. Life is an accumulation of such things, both the happy times and the sad.
Right. Let's go over Shale's instructions on performing the memory restoration. The first step is to reactivate all the terminals at the same time. This will supply the ether necessary to operate the equipment, without creating any new Endless, of course.
Interesting.
Once things are up and running, we use the Meso terminal to transmit the signal and unlock the sealed memories. There are 5 terminals in total. Might you lend us a hand with one, Sphene?
Yes, I can do that.
Not to butt in, but would you mind letting me take it?
Lamichi!
Should you be up and about?
I'm fine. My worrywart of a brother exaggerates. Mablu came by to fill me in on your plans. After that, I couldn't stand being cooped up a moment longer, so she helped me sneak out of the palace.
I'm so glad to see you're well.
Sorry Kona made you think I was at death's door. I was keeping up with reports and know what's been happening in Alexandria. I made the decision to erase the Endless, and bore witness to their final moments. And though it's only a tiny fragment, their hopes live on in me. I feel responsible for making sure that they're remembered, that their legacy is passed on. So please, let me help with sending the signal.
You've made a convincing case, but do take it slowly. The way is not without its perils.
I'll be careful. Thanks.
Very well then. I leave these tasks in your capable hands.
I was gonna say Cryo better get the one nearby where her parents were.
All right, everyone. Begin.
Dang, is that restoring it back permanently for
It
the...
was the sight we saw, no more than a trick of the light. Or was it a gift? The Terminal's parting miracle? But those days are gone. We chose to move forward. We hold fast to our memories of sorrow and of grief. That we might live full in the present ere the time of departure comes.
Let's go home. To our beloved Alexandria.
Whoa.
Mother, you protected me. I remember now.
In soft golden light, the memories of the lost returned. There to be clutched tight by loved ones, never again to be surrendered.
I am humbled by all you have done in service to our nation. On behalf of its people, I offer our most heartfelt gratitude.
Yeah, no problem, dude.
We were only too happy to help. There are still problems left to solve, of course, but you've taken an important step forward.
We have. It's as if we were frozen in time, but now the ice has begun to thaw. Alexandria will thrive again. Mark my words.
Awesome!
What will you do now, Sven?
Ah, yes. Well, that will depend on Gossen. With your permission, I wish to continue living in Alexandria.
No! No!
Those dear to me laid down their lives for this nation in bygone days, and I fought
Yeah.
alongside new comrades to defend it. I would continue serving it if you'd let me. So please, Accept me as one of your citizens.
That will not do.
I see. I suppose my presence would cause too much confusion.
Now hold on a moment. You have to reconsider. I'll vouch for her myself.
Oh dear, do forgive me. I've caused a misunderstanding. What I meant to say is, it will not do for you to be an ordinary citizen. The people have been most insistent that you take your rightful place as queen.
Damn.
As queen?
When despair held us in its thrall, it was your voice, your words, which led us to salvation. We would not ask that you perform the same duties as our previous ruler. The structure of both government and nation is to be re-examined and revised such that the burden doesn't fall upon you alone. If that is acceptable, we implore you, please live among us and lend us your gentle guidance. The Alexandrian monarchs of old cared for us and fought for us, and you stand proud among them.
But I... Oh, what of Galuja? You have him, don't you?
Alexandria has 2 thrones to fill now. What one ruler might struggle with, the 2 of you can accomplish together. Galuja's still young though, so don't expect too much of him just
Yeah,
yet.
bro, you can't put a child there. You already know what to do. You already know.
Yes. Yes, you're right. For centuries, my other self bore this tiara, and with it the hopes and dreams of Alexandrians. I will not let them go unanswered. I will heed the wishes of the people.
Damn.
With peace and prosperity for Alexandria as my
There it is. There's Smile.
I accept the role of Queen of Reason.
It's not an easy road, but we'll walk it side by side. That way, neither of us gets lost.
Thank you. Thank you all so much.
Wow. Okay. Thank you for the kind encouragement. Uklamado's right. Ours will not be an easy road. With your words to lend me strength, I shall take it one step at a time. Dude, the place is different. Tuliala should be there to support you. Speaking of which, I should be getting back to the palace. Make my next visit an official one. No sneaking out under Kona's nose this time. The vow of resolve and reason will both come. We can discuss our futures together. I will look forward to it. Should we begin the journey home then? Expect some confusion among citizens with restored memories, and I would like to be present to offer them aid. I believe this marks the end to my role as a guide. I was intending to accompany Wuklamat back to Tuliolel, but what are your plans, Shadood? Didn't you have other matters you have to attend to in Alexandria? No, you need to stop by the palace first. Kona's been wanting to thank you properly, but with everything going on, Hasn't had the chance. Please come back with us, or I'll never hear the end of it. No, there's still more. I have to pee so bad. Please. Please, I just want to be done. I just want to go to bed, bruh. What is this? Oh, the extreme fight. Good to be home. Thanks for coming along. I just got here too. The Landsguard said my training would begin right away, so I'll be staying in Tuliolo for a while. We believe in you, Galuja. Whenever you need advice, your aunt is always happy to give it. Oh dear, her vow of reason is out of sorts. You blame me? Lamatsi, you were supposed to be convalescing in bed. So, you would study the way of the blade, Galuja. Is that not allowed? I will permit your training on one condition. You only practice swordplay in the presence of a grown-up. Yes, Kona. I promise. It won't be long before you're good enough to train without a minder. You take too much after your sire and your grandsire for that. Wait, so if you're back here, does that mean that everybody already got their memories back? Not everyone. So that was that. Days of meddling in Alexandrian affairs are over. Oh. There we go. And it's wonderful that her love lives on in Sphene. It truly is. With that love as the foundation of her rule, the new queen will be a font of hope for Alexandria. There's a better way for a life and legacy to forever endure. You'll be heading back, won't you, to Alexandria? I won't pretend that I fully understand the workings of the key or the reflections, and I know I couldn't have stopped Calyx without you, nor fulfilled my promise to the Endless Fiend. Thank you, Chedud, from the bottom of my heart. Be sure to come and visit us again in Tuliolo. You'll always be welcome here. This time I moved on myself. Once I've made the necessary preparations and arrangement, I will embark on an extended journey. Well, I expect my days will be filled with administrative duties, much as they already are. Hoping to compile a comprehensive history of Tuliolo, however. The tale of our beautiful and resilient nation should be preserved for the future, with each successive generation adding their own chapter to the saga. I think I've learned to be happy with who I am, Chedud. Even when I make mistakes and cry and look silly. It's all because of the amazing things I've seen with you. They remind me that there's always tomorrow. Becoming the King of Resolve is not something that I need to think about until I'm older, but my father's authority did pass to me. So until that day comes, I'll study and train and do the best I can. You've really come far, Gulool-Ja. And you'll keep on doing us proud, I'm sure of it. I guess you have to go now, so be safe and enjoy your travels. We'll miss you. Send our best to Sphene and the others. Wait, what? Praxis Park. Okay. Dude, you're here. We were just discussing what is to be done after the coronation ceremony. Our heretofore isolated kingdom must join its peers on the world stage. The fact that Alexandria is, or was, a nation of the Ninth will be the cause of some consultation. It may smooth introductions for the science to provide an explanation for its arrival in the source. Rest assured, Sphene, Atheris' leaders are well accustomed to hearing Alphinaud report on fantastical events. Once again, I am in your debt. I dread to imagine what might have come to pass had you never come to our aid. Aren't the Scions disbanded? Those who participated in the memory restoration have expressed the desire to hold a funerary service. Rather than suppress their grief, they would embrace it, creating in their hearts a place for gentle remembrance. We have yet to hammer out the details, but I was thinking we might host this service on the highest level of Everkeep. Ever since my time, we have believed that the departed continue their journey beyond the clouds. It seems very fitting for Alexandria. Yes, I hope that from such a place, our prayers might be heard. A wish for our loved ones to soar forever joyful and free in that heavenly expanse. For so long distancing themselves from the realities of death, the Alexandrians are to be commended for their courage. Yes, 'tis a tremendously brave thing they're doing. Perhaps our hearts can never capture memory as perfectly as data in a file. But what precious recollections we can do will guide and sustain us as we fulfill the promise of tomorrow. Busy days ahead of you, Your Majesty. Oblivion stands ready to pitch in as needed. Oh, and what of my investigation, Shale? I hope you've left some time in your schedule for me. You recall my first tour of the city after I awoke? It was also strange and frightening, but I've only grown more at home here ever since. And now I feel a part of this new Alexandria is in large part thanks to your patient guidance. So here I will remain. Should you ever have need of my aid with anything at all, pray do not hesitate to ask. A few of us will stay here a while as it happens. We've made several interesting breakthroughs and have no shortage of mysteries in which we would delve. Be welcome as my honored guest for as long as you like. You are and always will be my cherished comrades. Yay! And that's the end of the Dawntrail story. Meanwhile, at the Garlean Empire. Yeah. Yeah. What did I say? I knew it.
This is absurd. I have neither heart nor lungs. I was overconfident. Prudent course would have been to wait until I'd calculated an insurmountable advantage. A rash decision. One perhaps influenced by the others and their developments.
Ooh.
But no matter. Learn from this setback and next time... Next time? How much time and effort did I pour into this master plan? I had it. I had it. At long last, I was to open a new path. Those imbeciles and their damnable heroics.
Oh, fuck.
Detected the stench of failure already, have you? Such a keen sense of smell.
What is he doing?
Yes, I will give my report, as is protocol. Be sure our Winterer peers are apprised of the details.
Winterer? What? I have so many questions. That looked like an Ascian. But those will have to wait until another day. I'm tired. I'm going to bed later.